Colleagues, I'd like to call this meeting of Finance Committee to order. I would invite the lady member from West Bay West to open us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your blessings on each one of us, Lord. We thank you for another beautiful day. Thank you that we are in our right mind. We have so much to thank you for. Thank you for your protection and your guidance. Thank you for the leaders that we are. Thank you that we all have our islands, the best interests of our islands at hand, Lord. We pray for this finance committee today. We pray that you would just guide us and direct every thought, every motive. Father, you would help us to all work together in harmony and peace for the good of our islands and our people. Help us that every decision that we make, we would have on the forefront of our minds, how is this going to help our Caymanian people to be better? Father, we ask for guidance today for the chairman of the committee. We pray that you would just be with him and give him the wisdom that he not only needs, but must have. Bless each one that have a part today, and as they deliberate and give their contributions, Lord, that you would give them wisdom and guidance that they need. Father, we ask you, Lord, to just bless our Cayman Islands as we work to make it better. And Father, for all that you do, we'll give you the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Colleagues, before we commence with the continuation of the detailed examination of the appropriations, I just would like to extend my warmest of birthday greetings to Miss Mary, the mother of Minister Kathy Wilkes, who is celebrating her 74th birthday today. And so we certainly wish her Godspeed and wish that she'll live to see many, many more happy birthdays and that she be surrounded by friends and loved ones today. But I have a sneaky suspicion she's going to be listening to these proceedings and enjoying herself. So happy birthday, Miss Mary. And so we commence the appropriations to the Office of the Commissioner of Police, for which the Premier has budgetary responsibility. So members, the appropriations to the Commissioner of Police are now open for examination, and I invite.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have an opening statement on behalf of the police.
And I invite the Premier
Mr. Chairman,
offer a short opening statement. Mr. Bryan.
in respect to the statement, is the statement going to be on the shared drive so we can go through it?
It should be.
A physical copy should have been distributed, and also a copy has been sent to one of the clerks.
Honorable Premier.
Just checking that our colleagues have at least a physical copy. Yeah, looks so. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer this opening statement in Finance Committee on behalf of the Commissioner of the Police. The Office of the Commissioner of Police is the central authority for law enforcement, national security, and public safety across all three Cayman Islands. Mr. Chair, the public may be aware that the Office of the Police Commissioner's responsibilities extend beyond traditional policing to include border protection, maritime security, emergency response coordination. But for clarity, the police commissioner, or I'll just say the police, provide strategic oversight for RCIPs, the Coast Guard, and the regiment. Through this integrated leadership of the Commissioner, which supports broad outcome 7 on good governance and public safety by delivering professional, intelligence-led, and community-focused services, working with and for our communities to protect life, preserve peace, build public trust, and collective resilience, and by safeguarding the islands from all threats, both foreign and domestic. Recent performance improvements, including lower overall incident rates, stronger detection outcomes, and enhanced coordination across uniformed services, demonstrate the Commissioner's commitment to operational excellence and its continued protection of the island's people and institutions. Guided by good governance and transparency and accountability, the Commissioner's activities are grouped under 4 key operational pillars. 1, law enforcement and public safety through the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. As our national police service and the chief law enforcement body, RCIPS maintains law and order, preserves public peace, and protects life and property. With more than 6,000 offenses on the statute books of the Cayman Islands that it may be called upon to investigate, RCIPS is responsible for preventing and detecting crime, apprehending offenders, conducting evidence-based policing, and strengthening community trust and confidence. 2, maritime and border security through the Cayman Islands Coast Guard and coordinated interagency efforts. The Commissioner leads national maritime security and search and rescue operations. Efforts focus on safety of life at sea, preventing illicit maritime movement of drugs, weapons, persons, and other contraband through intelligence-led patrols and joint regional and international operations, and enhancing regional cooperation on border protection and cooperative disaster response across the Caribbean region. 3, emergency response and interagency support through the Cayman Islands Regiment. Mr. Chair, our regiment is central to Cayman's emergency management and disaster relief operations, including marine and land-based search and rescue, evacuation of at-risk individuals, and post-disaster recovery and route clearance. During critical incidents, it also supports public safety and emergency response partners, including the fire service, emergency medical services, prison service, and hazard management Cayman Islands. 4, lastly, Mr. Chair, a core Commissioner function across all 3 entities is training, leadership, and organizational readiness to strengthen professional standards and operational readiness across the uniformed services under its command, including in leadership development, discipline management, and specialized training. Achieving the Commissioner's goals for 26-27 requires targeted investment in people, infrastructure, and technology, which are the foundations of operational readiness, community confidence, and long-term sustainability. These are its strategic priorities and drivers. 1, population growth and community impact. The Cayman Islands population has grown by approximately 20,000 residents in recent years, which has increased the demand for law enforcement and public safety services. As communities become more diverse and densely populated, the complexity of policing rises, requiring deeper engagement and stronger community partnerships. To remain effective, the Commissioner will continue expanding operational workforce and enhancing its visibility, ensuring that policing remains proactive and responsive to emerging challenges. 2, community policing and public engagement. Community policing is vital to public safety and good governance, fostering transparency and trust between law enforcement and the public. But with only 10 community officers currently deployed across all 3 islands, capacity remains limited. Expanding this complement to 21 officers will restore visible policing, enhance youth and neighborhood outreach, and improve early intervention and crime prevention to promote social cohesion and public confidence. 3, workforce development and Caymanian succession. Through targeted recruitment, succession planning, and training, the Police Commissioner aims to cultivate a sustainable pipeline of Caymanian talent. A local recruit class of 24 officers is planned for early 2026, alongside the continuing professional development of Caymanian graduates and interns in specialist roles, such as scene of crime officers, crime analysts, and digital forensics. These initiatives are vital to the Commissioner's success in that they ensure that law enforcement reflects the community it serves and develops future leaders within national security institutions. 4, specialist recruitment and financial crime capability. In an increasingly complex financial and cyber environment, the Cayman Islands must maintain and further bulk up our strength to investigate and prevent economic crime. The Commissioner will continue targeted recruitment of investigators, forensic specialists, and intelligence analysts to support the Cayman Islands Bureau of Financial Investigation and the Financial Crime Investigation Unit. Because we now have a staff deficit in these areas, these hires will ensure compliance with international anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards, allowing the Commissioner to better safeguard the island's reputation as a well-regulated global financial center. 5, traffic management and road safety. There are now more than 60,000 vehicles on our roads, Mr. Chair, and in 2024, RSS recorded 3,253 vehicle accidents, including 14 fatalities and 34 serious injuries. To reduce these risks, the Commissioner will prioritize enhanced traffic enforcement and road safety campaigns supported by additional staffing and technology to monitor compliance and improve RSF's response times. 6, technological modernization and digital transformation. The Commissioner has plans to invest in digital infrastructure, mobile technology, and evidence management systems to transform frontline operations and enable faster, data-driven decision-making. These advancements will enhance real-time reporting, strengthen oversight, and ensure that the Commissioner remains agile and resilient in the face of evolving security threats. 7, firearms capability and operational readiness. Maintaining a safe and effective armed response capacity is essential to public confidence and officer safety. The Commissioner continues to invest in training, equipment, and oversight to meet international standards of professionalism and accountability. Recruiting firearms response unit officers during the next budget cycle will ensure full coverage across all 3 islands and enhance preparedness for high-risk incidents. 8, infrastructure development and national readiness. This, Mr. Chair, is the Commissioner's priority project. Constructing a new, fit-for-purpose Georgetown Police Station and headquarters will consolidate core operational and consolidate core operations and provide a secure, efficient environment to support future demands. Moreover, it will reinforce good governance, enhance interagency coordination, and ensure that law enforcement remains future ready. The budget allocation between 26 and then all the way to 27, but I think that should be just focused on 26 and 27 specifically, provides a stable financial base for delivering vital policing, maritime, and defense operations across all 3 islands. In 2026, the proposed budget allocation in total is $74.3 million. Key investment focus and expected outcomes are the initiation of local and overseas recruitment for new police officers and support staff, and investment in digital transformation and data-driven policing tools. In 2027, the proposed total budget allocation is $75.4 million, an increase of 1.1%, with continued workforce expansion, infrastructure development with the Georgetown headquarters project, and enhancing the capacity for community policing. Looking ahead to 2028, the proposed budget would then be $76.8 million, an increase of another 1.4%. Key investment focus and expected outcomes are funding, supporting essential policing, maritime safety, and emergency response operations. Mr. Chair, the police commissioner and the police force is central to advancing government's broad outcome 7 of good governance and public safety, ensuring that the Cayman Islands remains one of the safest and most stable countries in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the support team here for the minister in respect to these portfolio areas. It's a pleasure to see you, and thank you for all your hard work. I have gone through possibly a very rigorous list of questions today, but I want to put on record that I appreciate all of these details presented by the Honorable Premier. And again, I say, if these type of details were presented in budget, we would have the opportunity to go off and strategically outline the necessary questions. Now, with this detail, I now have to figure out within a split second what questions I'm going to ask on this. And again, this is what's disabling the scrutiny process of questioning, because the opposition has no opportunity to go off quickly, take time, what questions we want to know about these details, because they weren't offered before. With that being said, I appreciate them all the same, and I'll try to do my best as an opposition member to ask questions that come to the top of my head right now without the necessary research. But with that in mind, I want to ask the police commissioner, possibly directly, if the Premier allows, does this budget reflect what is needed for you to run a fully functioning and effective police service?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my deliberations with the police commissioner, we believe we can adequately do so.
Mr. Chairman, I'm cognizant of the procedural matters in committee. I was wondering if the Premier himself would give leeway to allow the police commissioner to answer, because it's a subjective matter. Of course, the minister responsible for allocating that money would do so, but I want to hear it, and I think the people want to hear it from them, because we've had previous matters of funding concerns for the police department. And when the pressure comes on the department, the commissioner is the one that's going to be under fire. I want, if the committee and yourself and the chairman and the Premier would allow him to say whether this is adequate enough for him to properly protect the community.
I leave that discretion to the receiver of the appropriations, the Honorable Premier.
I'm more than happy that if we get into the technical details to rely on his expertise, but the purpose of this presentation is from a broad macro policy perspective, which I understand is the root of the question. The answer is still, in our view, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I want the record to show I did not ask for the Premier's opinion, but the police commissioner, and I don't think I'm going to get further, so I'm going to move on, because we didn't hear from the commissioner himself.
Mr. Chair, I am conveying to the member the view of the police commissioner as through me which the appropriation is dealt with.
Mr. Chairman, I know that you've probably been out of Parliament for 12 years, and I can't be certain of what the conventions were before when you were here, because we never overlapped in any capacity. But the last 2 terms, I noticed that no technocrat was able or have been probably at least two thus far in this committee have been involved in speaking. And if there is any time for technocrats to speak, it would be technocrats. It sounds kind of a negative connotation, but supporting staff, I should say, in respect to the budget allocation, it would be for this area. The last 4 years, it wasn't a problem. The last budget, many support teams were able to contribute, even up to the last supplementary finance committee. We've had them speak. I don't know why the reluctance, but again, I'll move on if he doesn't want to allow the police commissioner to speak about it. I want to move on to the next question, Mr. Chairman, with your support. The statement given says 21 community officers. Any particular reason why 21 community officers and not, say, 38? What was the logic behind 21? And I only use that not for trying to catch anybody off guard, but most would think with 19 constituencies you would have at least 2 per constituency. I don't know how it works. I think it doesn't go by constituency, and that's probably why. But 21 still doesn't seem like a lot because you have people who are on sick leave, on vacation. I'm assuming it's a 24-hour service. And if it's a 24-hour service, that means you would need at least 2 to 3 persons potentially doing a 16-hour shift, 8-hour shift, based on my old fireman days. So you would need at least 2 persons per area. And I don't know how many areas have been selected. I think the community policing component, all of our communities would want to know there's a community officer available at any time, at all times. So I'm just trying to dive into why 21 community officers. I know we're moving from 10, which was really too low, but why 21 and why not more? What's the logic behind it?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So this relates to OCP 1. So let's go through it in context. So the variance between 25 and 26 is roughly 33.2 million. The main driver of that is 35 new posts in 2026 under this appropriation. So there are now a net new 15 shift officers. In addition to that, the addition of the 11 community policing officers. So out of 19 constituencies, we wanted to be sure that in addition to the shift officers, each constituency had at least 1 officer and 2 as a buffer as they do work shifts. But the shift officers, which are the new 15, are also there. In addition to that, in order to share the load, we're also adding 6 traffic officers to get traffic officers up to a total of 25, plus 3 additional constables in the BRAC, and that is the total complement of 35. So taking it in the round, yes, ideally, if we could do a few more, we would, but ideally this now expands a much greater coverage area on shift work policing, community policing, and traffic throughout the constituencies.
Sorry,
member. Please, just say one thing, please. Mr. Chairman, I just want to turn your attention to page 287 of the budget statement document. Now, based on what the Premier just said, he said that there would have been an increase in the number of officers. But the budget statement book actually says something different, and my entire questions were based around the numbers actually going down as per the statement that was presented. Sir, member for Georgetown Central. But I'm trying to understand the reconciliation between the answers and what's presented to the budget, because now I'm hearing something to completely different, and I didn't want to come off of this topic while we're still on it.
Honorable Premier.
Could you repeat the page number?
On page 287 of the budget statement, the number of employees was going from 620 forecast in 2025 to 540 in 2026.
Just a moment to confer. To the member, I'm advised that the number in 2026 is a typo. That represents 25's number, and it should be 620 in 2026 as well as 620 in 2027.
Mr. Chairman, thank you,
Member for
member.
Georgetown Central, continuing.
Okay, I'm not going to make a big issue out of that. The Premier said earlier we would add more officers if we could. The first question I asked was there enough money in this budget to adequately do what you needed to do? And the Premier said on behalf of the Police Commissioner, yes. Community policing is a significant irritation by the public. It's the one thing that gives the community enough confidence that they see officers and have a personal relationship with them. I don't understand why we're saying if we could, we would add more, but saying that there's enough money in this budget to do what we need to do. Somebody help me, please.
Happy to help, Mr. Chair. So the question was adequately. Yes. So in an ideal world, and through all departments, you'd want to do more. But in terms of what's represented here, the answer was to adequately address the concerns, including the shift work, how the community officers are going to be placed throughout each of the districts, plus 2 extra, and the coverage under traffic, plus 3 more in the BRAC. The answer was yes.
Okay.
Honourable member, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Premier say about the community officers and the shift work? There's obviously a disparity between the two. What I mean by that is, at least from my understanding, because if you have one community officer and you're saying the overlapping with the shift officer can help when there's missing gaps, okay, is this shift officer out in the community like the community officer? Are they the ones building the relationship on the WhatsApp groups with the, groups? Or what's the difference between the two? Because in my mind, and I guess the average person would say, listen, when one shift officer comes off, or one community officer comes off, another one comes on, and you kind of build a relationship with the two of those back and forth so there's no gap. So is the shift officer going to be doing the same thing as the community officer, and then maybe that solves the problem? And then the question is, why are they not called the same thing? I don't understand the difference. If we're using the shift officers as the reasoning to say there's adequate coverage, what does the shift officer do?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question again that was put, is there average police protection in the round? Yes. You're now asking to parse between the community officer and the shift worker.
Never said enough protection. And sorry to interrupt you.
That's how I understood the question.
The question was the community officers, which has a different level of responsibility as far as I know. Of course, they're police, so they're going to protect if they see something criminal. But it's a unique relationship with your community where people can go to, speak to, report things that are happening, those types of things.
Totally understood.
Yeah.
But because the community officer isn't stressed with the day-to-day police work, which is the root of your question, they now have adequate time to build that relationship with each constituency. So now that each of the 19 are covered, with 2 as backup, the answer is that there is adequate community policing.
All right, I'm not going to belabor that. I think the public, when they hear this themselves, they'll see, and then when time comes and there's not enough officers, the people will then start to come back, and trust me, you're going to get the fire for it, because I do not think 21 members is enough for the community. If you want to build a relationship with the community whereby they can give police information about what's happening, 21 officers is not going to do it. One of them gets sick, or there's an incident, or on just family vacation, 21 officers is not enough. And that's just my position. But I'll move on. Can the Premier give the list of incentives or encouragement for more Caymanians to join the service?
Honorable Premier.
So first of all, I think we have to give the Commissioner credit for going on a complete campaign throughout the community to attract Caymanians in the first place. It's an effort that I think many of us hadn't seen in years, which is credit to having a Caymanian police commissioner. Is your question more in relation to specific salary incentives? What are you probing for?
I'm probing for a vision that will make the Caymanian people feel confident that over time, with a series of steps being taken by the department, eventually we'll get to a point in the future, hopefully in the near future, that we'll see more Caymanian faces in the force, because there's a sentiment in our society right now that the force is dominated by non-Caymanians, which is a fact, but also particularly nationalities are dominant in that. And I don't want to get into that, but it has a cultural factor that people are speaking about. So this insistence of what are you doing to encourage and incentivize Caymanians to be there, it tells us that hopefully one day we'll get to a point where the service reflects more of the community.
I understand. I just wanted a clarification. So in addition to the campaign to bring them in, there will be specialized training, mentorship, and succession planning up the ranks of the police service so that Caymanians can see a pathway to the senior leadership team.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road corner, there's a large building there. I can't remember. What was the name of it, Minister Isaac?
One Technology
One
Square.
Technology Place. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And the government in the last administration secured the lease agreement for that location. I was in cabinet at the time. I haven't seen any visible action at that location, and I'm certain that once that lease was signed, we've been paying rent for it. Can you give us an update as to what's happening there? When is the police plan to move in? What's going on? I was really rooting for that to be the visible police headquarters in the heart of that area, and I haven't seen anything.
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Chair, just as a technical matter, I'm happy to come on to that in OCP3, because that's where that appropriation is. I'm curious if there are any further questions on OCP1.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I think it's best from moving forward that you outline the course of action of how we're going to handle the questioning, because you said you would take line of questions on the statement, right? Statement made. And then we do kind of open up the first question because of the nature of the description of the first line item. So
sure.
If you just want to go, if you want to go through line item by line item, we can be here a lot longer. No problem. I'm happy to do that.
Mr. Chair, members, we have a budget in front of us, and we seem to have been progressing well with members asking their questions, and I was being patient for members to ask their questions. But I think the Premier's question is, since we're going beyond the realm now of the statement and we're talking about leases, should we not now revert to the schedule? and actually concentrate our efforts, as we've done for the last day, on the actual schedule.
Mr. Chairman, if I could perhaps make a suggestion, perhaps moving forward, once statements are done, you could ask if there are any matters pertaining to the statement and then open up the questioning line by line, just to keep it clear.
We did that up until yesterday, and we did it quite well. I think the issue here is we got into a realm that's beyond the statement, which is now the lease and what's happening. And so the Premier quite rightly asked, are there any further questions? It's purely on the statement.
I do have.
So the appropriations to the Premier on behalf of the Office of the Commissioner of Police.
So, Mr. Chair, I did indicate that I did have questions on the statement.
Mr. Tatum, member from Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, the statement says that in 2027, the focus will be on enhancing the capacity for community policing. I take it this doesn't actually mean that we're only going to be starting in 2027 to enhance community policing?
Honorable Premier.
Correct. Those posts that I described start in 2026.
And if you could, because I did miss them when you were saying them, if you could just remind me of the numbers. I don't think it was actually the numbers actually in the statement of the enhanced community police officers.
Honorable Premier.
Would the member like the entire amount of posts or just the community officers? So this budget would add 11 more in order to get to 21.
And did you indicate earlier that it's one per constituency plus two additional, or how is it? Right, so what's being indicated was... So what's being indicated to me, and I'm being reminded that, for instance, we had one officer in the past who was dedicated to the Red Bay and the Prospect constituencies. So is that changing?
The commissioner's aim is to spread them per constituency. So they have one for each of the 19 plus 2 in reserve.
And I'm aware that one per constituency is a lot better than it was, so I appreciate that. But that person doesn't work 24/7. So within those 19 constituencies, each of those officers will work whatever the shift is, 8 hours or whatever the number of, and then they also get time off. So the other 2 individuals will be somehow covering the hours that. What is how will those off hours be managed is, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. Can't be with 2 people.
Honorable Premier.
From my understanding, but let me just make sure.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So as I was indicating earlier to the member for Georgetown Central, the aim is to have a community policing for each constituency. You're right in the sense that you would still, that person, even with 2 in reserve, would still leave that those officers are not going to work 24 hours. What the commissioner will then rely on is the supervising staff from each of the districts to cover gaps, and there'll be rest breaks, but the main sort of focal point who will get to know the community will be that community officer, but there'll still be coverage. However, just to make one point clear, Mr. Chair, the point that we were talking about earlier of the appropriation and the broad statement, I was happy to answer the questions and the variances of the post. If now what I'm hearing from members is they want to get more detail on strategy, I'm not trying to stand in the way of the commissioner being there. I just wanted to be sure that as we've been proceeding, I explain any variances and the posts that I am asking for in the budget. So if the conversation would now like to shift to more strategy, I have no problem with the community hearing from the police commissioner.
And at that point, I would insist that we now start examining the appropriations. If we're going to get into the detail, then we get into the detail. Because right now we're looking at a broad statement that was made, and I think we have exhausted the broad statement that has been made by the committee.
Humor me, please, Mr. Chairman, but I do have a few more questions. I'm happy to well, I'd rather just go through how if that's possible, sir.
Member for Red Bay, continuing.
Very quickly, I won't. Yeah, we can move on to the commissioner after. Your statement says specialist recruitment and financial crime capability. You mentioned the need to beef up various roles. What is the deficit in staff in that area? I just want a number for that, and then we can move on to something else.
Honorable Premier.
So I think those would be under appropriation OCP 2, and that's the investigation units. So that would be 10 new posts in 2026. So there'll be 4 officers to the Financial Crime Bureau, so we call it SIPFI, Bureau of Financial Investigation. So that's mainly dealing with international, external. So there is the anti-money laundering, counterterrorism, and international fraud complexity component, which is important for FATF. And then we're adding an additional officer in the Financial Crime Investigations Unit, which is local fraud, which has been on the rise in the community. And that will bring that to a total of 8 detectives. And then in that same, just for completeness, in that same appropriation, there'll be 4 more officers for the detention center. So there will be then 16 auxiliary constables.
Mr. Chair, thanks very much for that. And item 5, traffic management and road safety. I didn't see in numbers of officers. Am I missing it? Expected to be added here.
Honorable Premier.
So that was outlined in response to, I think, the member for Georgetown Central in relation to OCP 1, where we're adding 6 new traffic officers to get to a total of 25.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you
Sorry,
so
I wasn't
much.
finished, sir. Just one last one for me. Sorry.
Member for Red Bay.
7, firearms capability. Again, similar question, how many officers are being added there?
Honorable Premier.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Item 7, firearms capability and operational readiness. How many officers are being added there?
So we added as part of the 2025 appropriation, the supplementary funding, 7 new officers there.
Thank you. That's it for me for questions from the statement. Thank you.
Member for Georgetown
Mr.
West.
Chairman, I would like to move a motion.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I have a question pertaining to shift patterns for the community police officers. Does he want to take that question now or under OCP 3, Mr. Chair?
Can you repeat the question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a question pertaining to shift patterns for the community police officers. Does he want to take that question now or on the OCP 3, Mr. Chair?
So, Mr. Chair, that may be a good segue to strategy then.
Are there any further questions on the statement?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move a motion under the standing orders 82-6. And if it's necessary, I'm happy to read it out for the record, whereby it empowers this committee to, let me read, the Finance Committee shall be empowered to send for the relevant persons, and in this case it's not papers, so we don't have to talk about papers, for the necessary deliberations of proceedings. Now, Mr. Chairman, I've asked the Premier about the opportunity to have direct line of questioning with the Commissioner. Nobody's here to beat up in the Commissioner. We're quite proud of him. But
And
some
the
of them,
Premier has made it clear that he was answering questions in his statement, and that when we get to the actual outputs, any required questions that go directly to the Commissioner of Police on policing strategy, etc., would go to the Commissioner of Police. So are we completing the questions on the statement?
well, some of the questions on the statement related to information you need to hear from the Police Commissioner. Anyway, all right, I'll just repeat my question again that I repeated before when the Commissioner comes up. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Premier. Just looking at the introduction and the second paragraph on the introduction of the statement, where it basically says that the OCP provides strategic oversight for the RSIPs, the Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Just out of curiosity, what is the breakdown in terms of the number of officers, or those spread across those 3 units?
Honourable Premier.
So, like I said, Mr. Chair, just to lower the unnecessarily hot temperature, let us just move as we talk into strategy and let the committee hear from the Commissioner. I was just fielding questions on the statement, and if there were any broad questions on variances. If we want to get into the strategy and breakdown, more than happy for the Commissioner to take a seat. The only last sweeping, no, I'll save it for a closing. I have one more overarching point, but I'll save it for closing.
Members, OCP 1, Crime Prevention and Protection Services. Are there any questions? Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to my original question, just a breakdown between the Royal Cayman Islands Police in terms of resources, manpower resources, the Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Then my follow-up question for that, since we're going to be in the same vein, is of the increases that we'll be having for the new officers, in what 3 sections or where those are they going to be allocated across those 3 lines?
Certainly. Premier, I welcome the Commissioner of Police to this meeting of Finance Committee. If when he's going to answer any questions before the first, could you just read your name and title into the record?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Kurt Walton, Commissioner of Police, also wearing a hat of Chief Officer of OCP, which comprise of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Through you, Mr. Chair, the answer for MP Saunders, your question on the breakdown and staffing levels is as follows. Within RCIPS, you have a total of 529 staff. That's 300, break it down as follows. 375 are police officers, 101 are civilian personnel. Within the Cayman Islands Coast Guard uniform personnel, you have 40, and the regiment currently at 13 full-time employees.
So, sorry, the 529 is everybody. It includes Coast Guard and regiment, correct?
Yes, within OCP. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
And then 375 is officers for RSIPs, 40 is Coast Guard, 13 is regiment, and 101 is civilian staff.
Civilian support staff.
Yes. Now, of the new additional positions that we're creating in the next year's budget and the year after, how are those increases in terms of officers? Where will they be placed?
So at this very moment, the biggest risk, as I see it, as far as threat and risk harm, the bulk of those officers are going to RCIPS.
How many in total?
So we started the process from 2025, which at the moment is 2026 that we've taken on, and then we're looking to take on an additional 45 in 2026.
So we're going to take on, sorry, how much we're taking on? We took on 26 in 2025.
So we were given an allocation, through you, Mr. Chair, we had a Section 11.5 in September that was approved, which allowed, because we had been seriously understaffed, for me to start to look at the uniform front line. So we, as well as civilian personnel, and we are at this point 26 staff. From that, in addition to that, moving into 2026, then an additional, that would have filled gaps. The 45 is additional staff, so 35 plus 10.
Okay, that's for 2026.
2026.
And then 2027.
We're continuing with that because we have looked at it. We've got a workforce. Through you, Mr. Chair, a workforce planning report that we are working with towards a blueprint. So the purpose is to look at 80 additional staff altogether, which will also include the Coast Guard into that scheme.
Okay, no, the reason why I'm asking, because I was looking at between the statements and everything else, and I noticed that they had made mention of beefing up the financial crime section. But if anything, in terms of recognizing the overall police work, I would think that trying to recognize, first of all, I want to congratulate you because I was looking at the compendium statistics in terms of actually serious crimes actually going down, so they're trending in the right direction since you've been commissioner. So I want to congratulate you and your team on that, at least up to 2023, just looking at the numbers. But in terms of, the gun crimes have actually been going the other direction, and recognizing that the firearm issue and the gun issue is a big issue, and a lot of them coming via the sea. I would think that maybe we'd be looking to maybe boost up Coast Guard a little bit more to try to see if we can grab them out there before they actually get on here or get on land.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the Premier will speak on what we're doing around the border security aspect of it in terms of enhanced security in a number of areas.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, I'll just wait on that. I know other members are anxious to speak to you, so I will pause now, Mr. Chairman, and give some of my other colleagues an opportunity to ask some questions.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Everyone, good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, I want to start with the road safety. Do you, or can you say whether or not there will be any targeted operations or a strategy or a campaign around road safety, especially when dealing with bicycles, but in particular the scooters and the e-bikes?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, MP Hugh, what I will say at the moment is I sit on the National Road Safety Committee, and one of the issues we're looking at intently at the moment is the issue around electric bikes and what that means as far as legality on our roads. So that's work that is already in train. What will happen with the other parts of that, we're looking at other regulations and what those regulations look like as far as demerit points and cameras, but that's the overall, that's a broad national road safety strategy which I sit on, and Chief Officer Bush is leading on that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you to Commissioner. Commissioner, if I understand it, I think the initial legislation covering scooters had them up until 18 miles per hour. If my memory serves me, I think I was minister then. But where I see, if it actually even qualifies as a scooter, a lot of them cross me at 25 miles per hour on West Bay Road. But if it even qualifies as a scooter or not, there are persons riding without lights. There are persons riding in the opposite direction of traffic. There are persons riding them on the sidewalks. I just think that there's, and I hate to say this, but I have witnessed these things happening and police cars drive by them. So I think there's a lot that can be done under the current laws and road use laws that the police could start cracking down or educating the public on these things.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. We are, suddenly I would say the island over the past year or two has just had an implosion of these type of electric bikes on the road. What we're seeing at the moment is they are utilizing a different type of mechanism that would allow them to go to speeds of over 40 miles an hour at times. And that's one of the issues we need to tackle at the legislative angle. So that is a discussion that we're having within our National Road Safety Committee, with the ultimate aim is that these are to be treated no different than a vehicle, which would require all of your road safety equipment that you need in terms of licensing, lights, and therefore we would look at the prosecution as if it is in fact a vehicle or a motorcycle you're driving.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward, I think the public is looking forward to some education around this and perhaps seeing the police taking some positive actions. We've all witnessed pedestrians walking on the right side of the road towards traffic, and then you have an e-bike coming up on the with traffic, which is where it should be, and then you have a regular bicycle or an e-bike coming the way the pedestrians, and you end up with three. You know, it's becoming almost dangerous to be a pedestrian on the side of the road because of these things, even on the sidewalks. So I just want to say that I think that there is some even education could be done around these things just so that we can avoid any further accidents or God forbid fatalities on them. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner. Commissioner, speaking of the Road Safety Committee, I have a major concern with the pedestrian crossings on 7 Mile Beach in particular, where there are 3 lanes. On a daily basis almost, I see accidents almost happening. Well, we have a massive issue with people using the middle lane as an expressway. not a turning lane, because there's absolutely nothing, 3 or 4 miles of road with nothing in the middle to stop someone from just going straight down the middle. And then because of the widths of our roads, which are some of the widest there is, the pedestrian crossing signs are so far off the road on the sidewalks, and you have people coming down the middle. There's nothing to stop someone from a pedestrian crossing that goes across 3 lanes with nothing in the middle to stop someone from driving through that pedestrian crossing. And you see time and time again, whether it's a motorcycle, an e-bike, or a car that's driving down the middle lane and someone stops a pedestrian and they are crossing and the car goes through. So I don't know if, or actually I'll give a question to you, is that do you know or have the Road Safety Committee discussed dealing with traffic calming measures in these third lanes and middle lanes, and in particular with the crosswalks?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was quite a exhaustive discussion, in fact, around pedestrian or crosswalks, as you commonly call them, and the issue in terms of what can be done more so around the engineering aspect of it. And that, obviously, for me, is an engineering issue. I would have to take that to the committee where the director sits on there from National Roads Authority. But it is an issue we've recognized. So at the moment, the team responsible for the educational side of it is looking at a theme around the use of crosswalks and what that looks like, because there's another side to it where we know, I've personally seen it myself, where some of these bikes are riding right onto the crosswalk without ample notice, and that in itself needs education as well as the proper use. So that's all part of this discussion. In fact, it was only 2 weeks ago we had that discussion. That was the main core of that discussion around use of crosswalks.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the Commissioner. The timing, I guess, we are having some issues within our constituency with, and I think just about everybody's having issues with derelict vehicles being left on the roadsides. Even just this week, up until now, I think we have a vehicle in the Washington Boulevard area parked on a corner right by a pedestrian crossing. I don't know if it broke down but several, including myself, several calls have been made to the police about this vehicle sitting there. And up until yesterday evening, 7 o'clock, the vehicle is still there 2 days later. So I'm just asking, that whilst the areas off the main path are not traversed by the police as often, that we would like to see a bit more care taken and attention to the residential areas and enforcing the laws across the board. It's just becoming frustrating to where we are going to end up that people don't want to report things anymore if the attention isn't given. So I just thought I'd raise that with you, and because of course I am getting the blame for it, that I'm not doing anything about it. If I had a tow truck myself, I'd go and move it, but obviously I can't.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, through you, there has been a significant increase with speeding within our roads. And of course, we know the holiday season is fast approaching. And this is obviously becoming so much more urgent, more than ever, from a safety concern. Can the minister outline what specific plans or initiatives are funded within this budget to address speeding and enhance safety on our roads, please?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would say there's, first of all, from my perspective, by investing into more staffing in my traffic, I could put a relatively full complement of traffic officers out there to look at the traffic enforcement around speeding. I am, in addition to that, from I suppose the national roads safety, we are looking at a broader strategy around speed cameras, around demerit points, so tougher legislation that would basically make it more consequential for individuals who are breaking the law as far as speeding. At the moment, people are getting speeding tickets, they go and pay a fine. So what we want to do is look at demerit points that essentially you accumulate a number of points and you immediately lose your license. So it's a broader strategy as opposed to just issuing speed tickets by police officers.
Member for Georgetown West, continuing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you. So do you anticipate that sometime within the next couple of months that we see a heavy police presence within the high-risk areas?
Commissioner.
What I will say, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just asked if I'm given until mid-year because this is a slow burner. We've got a new contingent of officers, but my plan is in January, sorry, beginning of February, to have 24 recruits in a classroom. That is a 4 to 5 month process. So once that happens, I'm looking around, give and take, about June to have a good full complement of officers on the streets. The reality is that when we take in new officers, they've had no training. We need to give them at least 4 to 5 months of training. What that will allow me to do then is to then look at other staff that we have existing on the road that we can then increase our traffic areas. So it's probably a 6 months exercise.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, MP Brian. I'm pretty good.
Thank you, sir. It's good to see you. And I first want to start off by joining my colleague, the Honourable Member from Bordentown West, and congratulating you on the good job as a Caymanian Police Commissioner you're doing thus far. I know you're going to continue to do good things. I just want to ensure that you have the tools necessary to do so. And I, too, want to voice the fact that serious crime is down, so I congratulate you on that. I want to ask some questions that have been brought to my attention from my community in the business area of things that they are having concerns about, so bear with me. As none intended, I want to make sure the government gives you what you need. So let's first start off with the one about the location on Eastern Avenue. When is the plan to move in? What's the thoughts there? I don't even know if it's an administrative area or is it a location where people can come to. Can you give us the details around that, please?
Mr. Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Brian, what I will say is that one technologist built-in, or flow as it's commonly called, if all goes as planned, we should move in January. I'm pushing for December, but January is where is the plan. And that is not just for administrative. This is actually all my frontline police staff. So then, whereas we would have, the Georgetown Police Station is now situated in the JN building as we know it, all of those officers are going across to the new building, as well as my farm officers, as well as my community police officers. So I expect to have a totality of somewhere between 170 to 200 officers there. Not in one day, because of course there's shift systems, but that will very likely be the footfall eventually.
Beautiful news. To you, Mr. Chairman, that is welcome news. That corner needs it. I just want to give you a heads up that we have a severe bus problem at the front of it, and they don't have the legal right to stay there for more than 5 minutes according to the traffic law. So work with the transport unit to get that under control because they ain't doing it. So I'll leave that there, but I know you're not going to make them act anyhow they want to act in front of you. I know that about you. Moving on to the next question. Has all the drivers for the dignitaries and the ministers been given training, safety training, driving skills? Because, you know, there's a particular type of skill set that is necessary for driving dignitaries and our government. Have they all been given training yet?
I can chime in there because this relates, Mr. Chair, a few brief intervention.
I was going to ensure, for the completeness of the record, that the Commissioner of Police is aware of the illegal depot. I think that came up under another ministry that the member from Georgian Central spoke to, because I don't believe in glossing over those very important things in a public forum. So I thought that that might be something that we need to make sure the Commissioner of Police knows exists at his future home's doorstep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the driver's policy, this relates to the appropriation we voted for yesterday in the Cabinet Office around protocol. So I mentioned yesterday that we have drafted a driver's policy which includes the training and safety aspects for the drivers. That was going to go forward to caucus and Cabinet to approve the driver's policy, and then the remaining driving pool have not received the training, would then receive the training.
Thank you for that, Premier. That gives illumination to my concern. But we do have some former police officers working for us, which is great. And they would have had trainings before. Obviously, I think the guidance for that document would come from the police commissioner from a safety standpoint of what these drivers should need. So my question is, would former police officers who are working as drivers now need that training, or they could be exempt from it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MB Brian, I'm an individual really keen on standards, and for me, standards are this is too important of a role to have individuals with different standards. So I prefer to have one set standard, whether you are an ex-police officer, retired police officer, retired or fire officer. For me, it's one standard, it's going to be that standard. So that's the purpose of the training, to make sure that everyone is on the same page, so to speak.
All right, thank you so much for that answer, sir. Moving on now to you have a unique role, Commissioner. You're the chief officer for two other departments, while chief officer for yourself, so to speak. And from a perspective of balancing those priorities and making sure there's fairness across the board, how do you manage that? Because I'm quite sure you're tempted to make sure that the main place that you focus from, which is the police force, gets covered. How do we ensure that the regiment and Coast Guard gets fair, equal treatment?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think the first thing I would say, MP Brian, is I have every degree of confidence in Commander Scotland and Lieutenant Colonel Carter. That's the first thing. So I give both gentlemen 100% support. I would dare say that there's hardly anything that they ask for I don't provide. And that, I think, manifests itself in the funding that goes towards the Coast Guard, whether it's OPEX and looking at staffing levels, or whether it's in their CapEx in terms of need for whether it's new engines or whatever that may be. And similarly with the regiment, obviously is new. It's only been since July 1st, and already we would have seen that support that we provided through a Section 11.5, thanking the government for that back in September when there was a shortfall there. And so everything that I can do to support both gentlemen, I'm doing it. But I suppose I like when I don't have to micromanage people. I have every degree of Mrs. Scotland and confidence in Mrs. Scotland and Mr. Carter to manage their business. I have strategic policy oversight, and they focus more on the daily runnings or the daily management of both of those entities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Commissioner for that. I'm certain, and I support and agree with you, the confidence you have in both heads of each entity. But the question wasn't more for their capability. It was more about the dual role as chief officer to these other colleagues, but also the head of the Royal Command Police Service, upon which you're the chief officer for. So you're the chief officer, then you have the Royal Command Police Service, which you head up, then you have the regiment. So you're kind of equal in realms of heads of these entities, but then you are now the chief officer to these entities. And I personally think that, and I don't want you to think that I'm accusing you of anything, but I think that that structure isn't right. It gives an opportunity for imbalance. And I am also of the view, and I guess I don't think I want you to answer this, but I don't think the regiment or the Coast Guard should be under you as chief officer. That's my opinion. Not that you're not capable, but it gives room for potential bias positions to evolve, and I don't want you to be exposed to that. But let's leave that alone. That's an internal structural component. I want to go back to the original question I asked that the Premier answered on your behalf, and I want to ask you directly now. Do you think that the budget that is before you today is adequate enough for you to deliver a functioning and effective police service for the Cayman Islands?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP Bryan, I am very happy with the budget.
That's all you need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I have more confidence now that I've heard it from your own voice. I want to move on to mask wearing. It's a problem that has been brought to my attention by many people in our community, from businesses to neighborhoods. Ever since COVID, it's become a common practice for people to have all kinds of different mask wearing options. And normally what you're starting to see a lot of now is persons who are wearing these coverings over their head, and the only thing you see is their eyes. And it's become acceptable due to coverings of face throughout the COVID component. And normally before COVID, it was only done for job sites. You would see that at construction sites. People are outside in the sun for a long time. But now people are wearing them everywhere. This morning even, dropping my daughters to school, I saw somebody riding a bike, I mean literally covered from head to toe. Gloves, arms, eyes, shades over it. I didn't see one speck of skin. Now, every person has a right to protect it, but are you concerned in any capacity? Has anything been brought to your concern of the safety risk that poses? And the reason I say that is, for example, it becomes such a norm. A person crosses a jewelry store. Normally, in normal circumstances, you would almost get ready to something isn't right. But now it's become the norm. You don't know if it's a customer or a thief. And my question is based on the research that I've done. I was proposing bringing a motion, so I want your input. Some jurisdictions, you cannot walk in public that covered for safety reasons. Are you concerned in any capacity about the growing trend of coverage amongst persons?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, obviously it's become more noticeable, and you're right, we've seen that since COVID. Some people say that for various reasons they use it. Primarily we see it in the construction industry, or certainly across the service industry, whether you're into landscaping and the like. And others say they use it, as your example, of riding a motorbike for protection from debris going to your face and the like. What I would say on the evidence of it, we have seen one or two cases, a few cases where we've had robberies where the description of clothing often matched that of some sort of high-vis, looks like a construction type of a shirt. So we have had a few of those instances. But broadly speaking, we haven't seen overall where the issue around masks is a concern as far as robberies. But it does raise a concern for us because we don't know who these individuals are. And we obviously have to comply with stop and search procedures under the Police Act and what that looks like as far as reasonable grounds. And because of course you can only imagine what the fallout from that if we're just stopping everyone in the street who's wearing a mask, and the reason, well, why are you stopping me, officer? So there's a issue there as far as legality. So of course we have to conform to the law, but I think overall we haven't seen in the wide scale issue as far as being used to, I suppose, create panic or in society.
Thank you so much. I recognize, through you, Mr. Chairman, I recognize the balance that you have to strike to persons' freedoms and rights and personal choices and that of safety of the community. But I'll just share this with you. And those who are listening, the people we represent, the Cayman Islands as a whole, if you're concerned about this, say something to your MPs, because what I'm finding is there's a silent worry, and not only they feel comfortable saying things to people there that they know, their MPs, their church pastors, or what have I. I don't feel too comfortable. I don't know who that is driving through my neighborhood or who walking through, and so there's a silent undercurrent of concern. Now that concern is something we have to balance as legislators. And if it's not a security issue, which you just said, not majorly, then there's nothing we can do. But if people feel uncomfortable about this, the only way we as legislators are going to do anything about it is for you to voice it to us in a magnitude large enough for us to take action. Because now, with your response of it not being a security matter, I will not be proposing a motion again, because I have to respect people's right for privacy. If there was a security risk coming from you and you were worried, but I was definitely going to propose that no mask should be wear unless you're on the profession upon which you work. Like if you're at work for gardening and you are now no longer working, you shouldn't be wearing it. Why are you still wearing it? What's the purpose, right? So anyway, I'll leave that alone. That was a little bit for the public. I want to close my questioning now with something more holistic, which is there is a growing sentiment of the broken window syndrome across the Cayman Islands, whereby we see laws broken on a constant basis, and people are just kind of, when I say people, I mean those in charge for enforcement are just walking by it. You heard a little bit from the traffic perspective. We have, and I want to preface this question I'm about to ask you on the basis that I recognize you're not the only enforcement agency in the Cayman Islands. You have Customs, you got DCI, you got even Department of Environment has enforcement officers. So it's a collective thing. But there's a sentiment in our community that a bit of lawlessness, not serious crime, but little small broken windows. But if you take a massive brand new building, it looks wonderful. But if you were to take pebbles and broke every single one of those windows, at least 20% of it, after a while it looks derelict. And we're finding that now with stuff like public drinking. Police officers drive across them every day like it's nothing, acting like a bunch of fools. You have traffic issues where cars are driving around with no bumpers, no lights tinted out, and loud music. You have trade and business pop-up shops. You hear about speakeasies and all these other type of things. And what I'm saying is, one cocoa, full basket, and in this case, the full basket is a dire Cayman. And I think that we need to do a better job. Yes, you're doing very well with serious crime. But though serious crime is down, that is not acceptable enough for me. I want Cayman to be always the Cayman that we know. And sometimes people say, well, boy, the police is doing well because severe crime is down. Look at us compared to Jamaica or compared to them, but we ain't none of them. One crime is too much, and we're losing what we are as a Cayman and as a people because we used to take pride in these little small things being addressed. And I say that today because your job as the police commissioner and the officers that respond to you drive by, walk by, pass by too much crimes every day. I see it personally, and they pretend like they don't know. I'm asking you, I'm not the government, but I would empower you. If I was the premier today, I would empower you to take a more serious approach around here. Things that you know is obviously breaking the law. Let the officers actually do their work. The people will drive across probably 15, 20 crimes per day. They may seem small. But these are the broken window syndromes that we have to stop. Otherwise, we'll be no different than the rest of the Caribbean, and that's not who we are. And it's going to affect our tourism product. Forget about the culture of who we are as a people. So I encourage you today, or maybe you can tell me, if this is a serious problem for you, where you saw petty stuff, and I understand your job is to take care of the serious stuff, life-threatening things. But I think we need to even give you more money to deal with the small stuff too. Because those small stuff, when you add them up together, has a big effect on the Cayman. I don't know if you can respond to that or add any insight to what your thoughts are or approach to it in respect to the small broken window syndrome of crime.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP Bryan, that broken window theory is well established many years, and it has been proven that when left untouched or not dealt with, it leads to larger issues. I fully recognize that. Hence why in fact, at the very top of my 6 strategic priorities is the prevention and tackling crime. Prevent and tackling crime is tackling crime, or the prevention of crime is crime at all levels. So it's not just about the serious crime. It's about addressing crime at all levels, whether it's at the low level, whatever that may be, or the highest level you can get. What I will say within that is a strand of addressing community concerns. And that's where I think we will address all of these issues that we're discussing today around primarily the community police unit. And what I'm looking to do in the community policing, I want to complete refresh community policing. It needs a refresh look. I'm more a fan, I tell my team, I want a hard edge, community policing with a hard edge to address exactly those issues that you're speaking of, as well as some of the issues that MP Hugh mentioned earlier. So we should not be walking past small matters of crime or small matters that matters to the community. So that is well on my agenda. What I will say, if you permit me, Mr. Chair, what I will say is the beginning of my tenure, the first 6 to 8 months of my tenure, I'll just take us back how it started, tumultuous. We had an uptick in gang violence. We had shootings. We had the watershed moment at Ed Bush Stadium. I could not just forget about that. So I had to look at what was causing the biggest threat, risk, and harm to our entire community, and we had to tackle that head on. So, yes, admittedly, by tackling that, we made some sacrifices, but I haven't forgotten. And this is why I'm here today, to discuss about the budget and addressing some of these issues in the longer term, not just from a policing, but broadly speaking, from a holistic perspective of working with partners, because we do work with our partners, whether it's DEH helping us with all of the issues around derelict vehicles under the Public Health Act, or whether we work in with our work colleagues. We assist our work colleagues weekly when it comes to enforcement of immigration laws, assisting them. So we provide a lot of support, as well as our CBC colleagues. It's just a one joint partnership to tackle some of these, I suppose, these issues that are creating quite a bit of anxiety in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And continuing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wonderful to hear that, and I look forward to seeing the eventual change in attitude around our community, and possibly in a year or two we can start to feel more proud of what we call Cayman in respect to these minor infractions. I want just you to clarify 2 things for me, and then I'm going to move on to the other areas. I want confirmation. Did you say that the 21 constituency officers, or community officers rather, will cover the 19 constituencies? As far as I remember, and I could be wrong, maybe you've changed it, but the community officers don't do the constituencies. They do areas that overlap various different constituencies. they don't deal with specific constituencies. Am I correct to that?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the vision I have for community policing is that every single MP within a constituent, the 19 constituents, so those areas, those beat areas, you should know who your community police officer is. So that gives me 19 across. Now, the BRAC, ideally, I have a community support officer there who's doing a wonderful job at the moment. So arguably that extra one is on Grand Cayman at the moment, the 19. But in addition, I have 3 sergeants, an inspector, and then the extra 2. But the issue with community policing is when is the most, when is the time that the community, that we're likely to engage the community? Generally speaking, that's the evening hours when members are coming home. So that 4:30 to 7 o'clock p.m., that's where we find, when we've ran the data, where we engage better with the community. Because generally speaking, people leave home at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and we don't see them again until 4:30. So the way we work that is sort of an evening shift. So we make sure we capture that. So the idea being there is that one will be in each constituency.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess that clarifies the whole amount number, because what was not clear before is the timing, because people would assume a community officer would be available all the time. And it sounds to me, and you could clarify if you want, that there's only a certain amount of hours in every one day that a community officer will be available. So if you have something going on at another time, the community can't get to that community officer. Am I correct, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think to help clarify, the community officers are all equipped with phones, and they're pretty much available 24 hours in terms of, because within each beat area, they will have WhatsApp groups, so you will know your community officer, you will have access to that community officer. But in addition to that, we have the sergeants, the supervisors, who will make sure that when in those gaps, we have cover around the shift base. So with what I'm trying to do is enhance not just community police, but the frontline shift officers. Because for me, a community police, we're all community police officers. I'm a community police officer as much as anyone else. I mean, every single day I have people either stop me in the street and they shop in grocery shops or wherever I'm at, and I immediately become a community police officer. I'm trying to get my officers out of this mindset that they're not community police officers. And first and foremost, you're a community police officer. The fact that we have a department that we call a community policing department, I think for far too long, officers have dropped the ball there in thinking, well, I'm not a community police officer. The community policing department, I'm looking to refresh that. Yes, you need a visible police officer in each constituency, so you know who your contact. But in addition to that, you will have the supervisors, who you will know who the supervisor is responsible for those areas, whether it's Georgetown, West Bay, Eastern Districts. And then we can reach out to that sergeant or the inspector, and we can make sure that if there's an issue where that community officer is, say, coming on at give and take maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, but there's an issue at 7 o'clock, we can move resources to address those immediate issues that is happening. And we've had instances, through you, Mr. Chair. I was in a conversation a month ago. I had a briefing with one of my community officers in Georgetown. He had a problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. So all we did was shift the resources to deal with that problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we dealt with that problem, and the problem was resolved.
Well, thank you for that, Commissioner. I don't think I'm going to opine any further on that, but to ask you this last question. You are confident that 21 officers is adequate enough to do the community work. This is on you now, because if it comes back and they say they're not hearing enough, then we're going to ask questions in Parliament again. Are you comfortable with that number, yes or no?
Commissioner, The chair is very happy to hear what you just said, because all of us as members should be holding the RCIPS accountable for policing our communities, every single officer. It's a pity we came up with a department for it and not recognized what you just said. Can you repeat, please, to this committee, that every person that is under your charge, including yourself, community polices this community? What happens when one of these 19 isn't somebody that our constituents or a few of our constituents don't take to, as we say in Cayman? So now they have no one to go talk to? I can't tell you how to do your job, sir, but I can tell you from where I sat, forever that the uses of that name of that department did your department no justice. But I leave it there. But please, if you could respond to the members, because I'm being serious, Commissioner. I'm not here to try to be difficult. I would never try to be a police officer. And I applaud you and every one of you that are brave enough to put on that uniform. But it really, really is time for us to start to recognize in this country that every officer, irrespective of what department or they're in, should see themselves first and foremost as someone that the public can trust and be a partner in and with.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry for the intervention. Can you answer the question from the member from Georgia Central?
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Bryant.
I can repeat the question for you. I think that's what you're going to go
Sorry.
and say. The question.
What I will say is, the short answer is, I am well happy with that 21 officers, because that 21 gives me not just 21, that's 21 total will give me, in addition to that, I've got 3 sergeants existing, I've got an inspector, plus I've got 5 community safety officers. So that's 25, that's 30 individuals in totality, but I didn't want to mention the community safety officers. What my position is I am trying to change the mindset of officers. I'm trying to get it resonated through this entire organization. You're a police officer first. You're a community police officer first, irrespective of whether you're one of those that wearing 50 pounds of ballistic equipment with guns and tasers and everything else. First and foremost, you are a community officer. And that's what I'm trying to, when I mentioned about refreshing community policing, is to get that message across. All the shift-based officers, all of those officers out there on that front line are visible every day. You are first and foremost a community-minded police officer. And I think if we can accomplish that, we can resolve a lot of these issues.
From Bordentown West, then Georgetown East, then Red Bay, then Cayman Brac East.
I'm going to be very short in what I'm about to say, Mr. Chairman. And I know members inside here may not like what I'm about to say, but that's just who I am. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Commissioner, I have a fundamental problem with having police officers broken down or assigned based on political constituency. I don't want a community officer for Bordentown West. What I would like is a group of community officers for Bordentown that I can call on at any time, regardless of the time of day. And I say that to say this. We talk about police seeing crimes being committed. Well, I can tell you, citizens see it too, I see it too. And I can tell anybody inside here, I am a snitch. I am an informer. I am one of them that call and report people. That is what I do. And what I would like, Commissioner, more than anything, is a group of officers assigned to Bordentown that I can call at any time of the day, regardless of whatever shift it is, to basically say, this is what is going on here, there, or everywhere. At the end of the day, I have, like with anybody else, issues, but as you look at your 2024 crime stats, the crimes in the communities are actually going down. So you have done quite well in terms of the resources you have, and the numbers speak for themselves. I like to look at statistics. Preparing for this, I went through your report that you put out, I think it was May or of this year, going through all of your stuff, and I saw the good work that your team is doing. Equally, I didn't see anything inside there on gambling, which seems to have been the craw for some people where they believe that we should be putting a whole pile of police resources against illegal gambling or numbers, or maybe that is buried into something else. But what I'm saying to the public and to everyone else, the police is still a response unit. The police responds to crime. It is the other social environment, the other issues that create crime is what we need to deal with. You know what I mean? Someone reported, having a police presence may decrease some crimes or some kind of crimes, but that does not want to recruit domestic violence or other issues that are basically there. So what I'm saying is, Commissioner, is that, and this is the dangerous part about, I guess, having politicians get into the old policing business, because I have seen other Caribbean islands where politicians start using police as a prop. I've seen it, from that standpoint. So there's a reason why police has remained Section 55, and yes, we're looking for money and value for money and everything else, but at the end of the day, I would still like to go back to where there was a group of officers of Bordentown. We could have called on any one of those. If there's a specific one that on a particular time of the day that I need to call, fine. But I prefer having that group, because there are some officers, I can tell you, is far more effective than others. And as the chairman said, I don't want to end up with a community officer that is of no use, and then I'm stuck with him. So at least we might as well have a group that we can pick on. But I have other questions, but since we're on that topic, I just have to chime in and add in my 2 cents. But I will see to the other members and give them opportunities before I get into my other more deeper questions, which can always wait till the end.
Thank you, member from Bordentown West. Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Saunders, perhaps for clarity, when I said one per constituency, it doesn't mean that is, that's, the fact is that, let's perhaps use Georgetown, if I've got this right. We've got 5 constituencies in Georgetown? 7. So you've got 7 constituencies in Georgetown. So each one that's constituency, but in addition, you've got a sergeant that oversees those 7. So I'm just using this as an example.
I'm fine, but I'm fine with that. But I prefer to use the term district,
okay,
as opposed to constituency, because what I don't want is anyone thinking that now a district or a political constituency of police officers assigned to it. That's why I prefer the nomenclature. You can maybe we're splitting hairs, but I prefer the term district.
And that's fair enough. The thought process was for me to have visibility in those areas, so you know who your local police officer in that area. But they are all working together within that district.
Mr. Mike Taggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I do hope that when we get the program up and running again, that our community officers, no matter where they are assigned, that they will be there longer than what we have experienced, I think, over the last few years. I can tell you, sir, in my district, if they last a year, we were lucky. Sometimes community officers would change. I wouldn't even know about it. And I'd have to try and find out. Only to find out, I called my office and he says, well, I'm no longer the community beat officer for Georgetown East. That sort of stuff. I think we need, I sense it that community policing doesn't get the real attention that it deserves, because it provides a strong link between law enforcement and the community. And when that link is broken, then all sorts of things start to go wrong. And so I plead with you for that when you are addressing the situation. So if you had any comment you wanted to add before I go on to my next question.
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP McTaggart, what I will say, yes, I acknowledge that in the past what has happened, and that primarily is caused because of attrition. So, for example, just this year alone, we've lost 56 staff, and the issue is trying to keep up with that attrition, and it's why my view as it currently stands is that we need to have 2 recruitment classes per year to try to keep up with it, because on average we train 25 but we lose 15, and so the issue that's causing that is the attrition rate, where officers are looking for other areas to go, and we are currently, because our current levels are where we were back in 2008. We have to then look at that, what is now those causing us the most threat, risk, harm, and what is it that we need to do? We need to respond when a member of the public calls, and hence why you find that officers are then, I suppose, placed back on shifts. But I do acknowledge the issue. Moving forward, we'll do everything. I'll certainly do everything I can to rectify that. A number of other reasons could be officers are promoted, but what I will certainly do if an officer has to move, to make sure that before there's any movement, we notify the key persons, influencers in those communities.
Thank you for that commitment, sir. Then I want to go back just briefly to the issue of the traffic and policing it. Commissioner, you're familiar with the term lane splitting?
Commissioner?
Not a trick, but I'll just share it just say what it is. It's a situation where you get motorcycles and, to a lesser extent, the e-bikes traveling down the road in the middle of the lane. And anybody needs to pass them, they got to go around them, either inside or out if you're on a 4-lane highway. Is that situation legal?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps a bit of clarity. Is this down are they still on the left-hand side of the road? Because
not necessarily. It could be right in the middle of the road. In the case of 2-lane traffic, they'd be in the center of the road where the traffic is moving, and they just ride straight down the center line. Or you get a situation where you're driving down, particularly at intersections, when traffic they just come right up through the middle, and I think I know it's a very dangerous situation because someone could easily get hurt with it. Just wondering your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP McTaggart, it sounds to me like there's potential there for an obstruction of other road users. What I can do is take that away and speak to my head of my traffic, as well as the head of the director of DPDL, and we can have those discussions.
It's just that I see it becoming it's getting to be more common practice on the roads in Cayman right now, and thought I'd draw it to your attention. I appreciate the commitment there too, sir.
Yes, sir. We all recognize the issue on our roads. I've got it as one of my six strategic priorities in making our roads safer. And we have seen road traffic collisions again this year have increased. So that's continuing to go up. And from what we can see, there's no let up. It's been going up every single year. 150 road traffic collisions extra every single year since 2020. And that hasn't changed. So an average of 10 per day is where we're at.
Member for Georgetown East, continuing. Red Bay. Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just to piggyback on the last comment from my colleague from Georgetown East, just this morning, coming into town, 2 lanes of traffic, one of these standing scooters, or whatever you call it, a guy just went straight down, traffic was going slow, he went straight down between the 2 lines of traffic, traveling at a fast clip. I mean, it was amazingly fast for such a small thing. So I understand the point he's making. Through you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I have written down here the words that you just mentioned earlier on. So I'm glad you raised it. That the RCIPS, this is back in September, you made this comment, I heard this comment made, was back to 2008 numbers, is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And at the time you mentioned it was the worst in 17 years. You also went on to mention what you just indicated, although you didn't use this word, but the retention is a major challenge. Because as you've just indicated, you have staff leaving, some going to other parts of the civil service for better pay and better benefits, less harsh hours and so on. What are your plans to, well, first of all, first question, the current level of staffing that you're proposed over the next 2 years, where will that bring you to? If we're at a point where we were back to 2008 numbers, where does the current staffing bring us back to? Do we get to 2019 numbers? Do we get to 2025 and 24 numbers? Where will this bring us back to?
Commissioner?
This should take, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, MP Tatum, with the proposed budget allocation for 26 and 27, it will certainly put me in a really healthy position and will take me back to numbers as far back as 2019 when we were in a really healthy position, but I would actually add probably in a more healthier position, and that's what I'm striving for. So what I've said, the desired establishment of the organization, police officers should be around 500 police officers. That is going to be difficult to achieve, and I have to accept that. So ideally, if once we're looking at from this budget, will put me at, I won't get 80 police officers, but from what I think I'll get is around that 60 or 65, which will put me in a really good position moving ahead.
Sorry,
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just remind me, through you, Mr. Chair, just remind me, what is that number that you're expected to have after this most upcoming set of hirings?
So you've got 370, we have currently 373 police officers, and the numbers I'm looking to hire is around, from the budget here now, is around 50, between 50 and 60. That's for 2026. And of course, that will increase in 2027.
Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, sir. If my quick math here is correct, that's about 455. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. So that'll take you back to 2019, but not really where you need to be, it sounds like. But certainly a healthy position than we are now. Retention. What are your thoughts on how we will attack that issue, sir? Because you could, as you just indicated, you can hire these 24 and have them trained up and have some fantastic trained police officers, but if in a couple of months they go off somewhere else, the problem isn't resolved. So retention is a major issue that needs fixing somehow.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I acknowledge that attrition is certainly an issue for us. It's been an issue, a long-standing issue. It didn't just start yesterday. On average, we lose 15, 20 officers per year. What I did back in 2024 was look at a salary equalization project, which was addressing that issue, because majority of the staff that were leaving on the basis that cost of living was so high they couldn't make the unsociable hours of policing. It wasn't worth it, and they were looking at other areas. So with that salary equalization, that was put me in a better position in as far as the retention aspect of it. But in addition to that, it's not just about, for me, it's not all just about the monetary reward. It's more about what are we doing as far as our staff in terms of the training. So one of the things I'm looking at the moment is I would like to leave as my legacy a police college. So we're looking at a police constable education program, and we're looking at the UK engagement with the College of Policing, engaging with Sitting Guilds University, and as we sat here speaking, because we are engaged and looking at how we can provide professional development, continuous professional development for our staff. So all the training that they need, and as well as looking at the educational system. Thankfully, I have a former educator, principal, who is part of my leadership and development team at the Training and Development Unit. So he's engaged with the university, UCCI, looking at educational programs that we can try to, I suppose, attract some of the young persons, get them interested into law enforcement at that 17 and 18 age group. Perhaps they're not going to look at going off to higher education, colleges and everything else, but they genuinely have an interest into law enforcement. And that's really what I'm looking at there.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend that vision. I'm really, really glad to hear it. But at the end of the day, people still need to be paid, and they need to have a salary that they can not only provide for their families, but save for a future, afford a home. So are you saying that that salary scales are being looked at as well within the RCIP to make it a more attractive place for people to stay rather than folks going off to other parts of the civil service that may be paying better? And if so, does this budget provide you with the ability to do that?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did a very exhaustive exercise that immediately saw an injection in the budget, which we were able to get through a Section 11.5 that helped with an uplift. But I don't want to call it a pay increase. This was a salary equalization. It was the issue I mentioned earlier where primarily sergeants and inspectors were not seeing the benefit of their promotions. So for instance, a newly promoted sergeant would have been making $50 a month more, in some cases $35 a month. That for me doesn't encourage people to stay in a job. You're taking on more responsibility. You're expected to hold accountability in terms of managing staff, but we're paying you an extra $35 a month for it. So but that will certainly go a long ways towards that, the mid-management sergeants and inspectors. The constables, on the other hand, I've seen those that would have been at the lower scale, I suppose, definitely when they would have reached a certain amount of years of service, they would see that salary equalization come into effect. So a young recruit with 2 years would be at the lower end, but attaining 5 years, they immediately see a jump because of the years of experience. So I'm hopeful with all of that, that will encourage officers to continue to stay. But I do repeat, MP Tatum, I think if we just narrow it down to just money or pay, and I get the cost of living issues in Cayman, then we also need to invest into professional development as well.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Commissioner, I appreciate everything you said. It's not just down to money, it's also down to the type of job it is. Shift system, sometimes not being with family or coming home when kids are at school. So it's a type of work. It's a type of work that you use the phrase pay equalization, I think it was. This may be a type of work that we may need to pay people more, not just to retain them, right, but to pay them also this will help to retain them, but also to because we're understanding that they're not just doing a regular 9-to-5 job. They're often, some of them are going into harm. It's a job, from speaking to police officers, that I know that can wear them down. So I won't belabor the point anymore, but what I'm not hearing is that this budget will provide you with sufficient funding to make sure that you get the salary levels where they need to be, to retain the staff. You use the word attrition. Yeah, attrition, people are leaving. But we need to find what we need to do to keep them. So I won't belabor the point anymore, so I think you've said all you can say. You've heard the concern, and I will leave it there. I don't know if you have anything additional you want to mention on that. I do have a few more questions after this.
Mr. Chair, if you will permit me.
Commissioner?
So policing is a tough job, and you're right in the sense of the unsociable hours. Well, what we have found as well is because of the level of staff shortages, officers were obviously being overworked, so to speak, moving from job to job. Just basically, they were just inundated. So that had has an impact on your morale, and it can lead to one looking at elsewhere. So my take on it is that with this uplift in the budget will give me an opportunity to uplift our staffing levels, should reduce some of the stress that it's seen certainly across the front line, where the officers are literally day in, day out, just moving from job to job. And that's the complaints that I get back to me through my supervisory team, that the officers are literally begging, what's going on with the staff? We need more staff, we need more staff. And that's really the drivers for the morale issue. So I'm sure a number of them are listening today and hearing at the Finance Committee, and we'll see that there is certainly from what we're discussing, that there is certainly this government, honourable members in Parliament are looking to provide full support to the police.
Member for Railway, continuing.
Thank you, sir. Before I continue, I just want to just interject that I want the Police Commission to know that he has my utmost respect, and I know he has a deep care for his officers and for this community. And I really respect the work that he's doing and how he is trying to fight to make sure that he gets the resources that he needs, and I'm sure we all want that to happen. If I could return to community police officers for a second. You mentioned, I was going to ask you about it, you mentioned the community safety officers. Where do they fit in the scheme of things in the new community policing that you would like to put in place?
Commissioner?
So those community safety officers, community support officers already exist. There are a number of in Georgetown as well as in the eastern districts. But I'm short in some areas so East End, for instance, I don't have any there. I do have in the BRAC. So ideally what I want is to have the community officers to complement, I suppose, my fully trained police officers. The difference really is that community support officers are not trained and as police officers per se. They really are the ears and eyes of the community, where they bring back those issues. They should be in those communities, speaking to community members and bringing back the issues to the community sergeants so we can address those. So I do see them fitting in really well with the new and improved Community Policing 2026 plan.
Mr. Tatum, continue.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, yes, sir, that's my understanding as well. It's part and parcel of that. If you see something, if you know something, say something. And those individuals, both the community police officers and the safety officers, are people that should be trusted within the community, that people can come and have a conversation with. So-and-so is a crime that I'm aware of. You need to go and look here. So these are key positions. How many have at the moment, and how many more do you need to have?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current levels are 5. I have 5, and my plan is to have 7, so 2 more in addition.
Tatum continuing.
I will leave it. I won't believe at a point if 7 is enough. I don't think so, but I'll leave that be, sir. The other thing I will ask, and I hate to actually put this to you, to be quite honest, but in June, I think it was July of this year, I was asking questions with regards to community policing. And I was told at that time, I was reading from a press report that says plans in place to nearly double Cayman's community policing unit. The Royal Cayman Police Service plans to nearly double its community policing unit from 19 to 36 officers. However, it faces funding and recruitment challenges. Acting Deputy Governor Gloria McPhail-Nixon told the Parliament during its 27th June sitting. Roy Tatum, representative for Red Bay, asked whether the police commissioner intended to strengthen and enhance the operational capacity of the community policing department. McPhail-Nixon confirmed that in alignment with national priorities on the strategic objectives of the police service, that was indeed the intention. So the intention a few short months ago was to get to 36 from 19, but now I hear we're going to 21. So what has changed?
Before the Commissioner responds, I think the Commissioner said he was going to 30, but he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose let's do a bit of math. So the 21 officers start there, and then I have 3 sergeants, which get an inspector. It gives me 25 for my fully trained police officers. In addition to that, I was looking at the 7, because we have 5 community safety officers, and I wanted to add 2 more, which will give me 7. So that's 32. So yes, I am short by 4. So it won't be 36. It'll be 32 out of 36.
Mr. Tatum continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly appreciate hearing that, sir. And I obviously was had misunderstood earlier. I'm very happy to know I had misunderstood. So thank you.
Leader member for Cayman-Brackeys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Premier and perhaps onward to the Commissioner. My recurring issue and concern with the mushrooming amount and levels of cocaine and Little Cayman and Cayman-Brac, and what it's doing to the people there, not just to the zombies that we now see walking up and down our street, but the aggressiveness that they've started to display. But even more important, the now prevalence of guns associated with it, to the extent of them walking around with it in their waist and not afraid to intimidate people. And I'm not wanting to go into specifics. The Commission knows me good enough that I've been an avid supporter, being a daughter for ex-policemen of the police in every which form that I could render that support. But unless a task force or some urgent attention is put to it, which includes Little Cayman in a very worrisome way, the BRAC will no longer enjoy the ambience that we've enjoying. Unfortunately or fortunately, some of them are imports and implants, Caymanians, and they seem to traverse from outer districts into my own districts. And so when the reports are given you here that's happening at watching place, I can tell you they're not watching places. And I am making one last passionate plea that something is done, because you're going to have serious crime, worse than you would like to imagine. And if I could pigtail that, can you confirm whether or not it was a rumor that an airplane crashed over the south side of Cayman-Brac, if it's a rumor, I'd be most elated because it has caused an alarm amongst the residents of the BRAC, seeing a social media light go into what they deem outside the reef, and no confirmation as to whether it was a star falling, it was a drug plane, or whether it was just a figment of their imagination. If it's an ongoing investigation, I appreciate the delicacy of your response. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And there were two questions, one to do with the gun crime and then one to do with the crash plane, or potentially. Or three questions. Oh, okay. It was a lot, so I was just trying to make sure we covered all of them. Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps I'll start with the last and then go back. So we did have a report come in of a sighting of what someone thought they had saw a light and then it disappeared on the horizon at sea. There was a full response that involved a number of agencies, obviously RCIPS being Wood. Our Cayman Islands Coast Guard responded with a vessel going over. We sent our helicopter. I sent a helicopter over. We had our DOE colleagues assisting us and the others, CBC on the BRAC. We work with our civil aviation colleagues over there as well. We did extensive searches out to sea. We've no evidence of any crash. There was no, according to certainly the air traffic control, there was no plane in our area at that time. So we're still a bit mystified as to what was actually seen. What I will say is that even in addition to the 2 days of searches, we also had the helicopter coming over and check in, because what we would have expected to see if it was a crash, we would have at least started to see debris floating, and we saw nothing of that. So all I will say, ma'am, is whatever was seen, it's still unverified as to what it was, but we certainly a multi-agency approach, which also included our HMCI colleagues as well to coordinate that, and a DOE, as I mentioned, the director, as well as we engaged the Accident Aviation Bureau in the UK. We notified them, but at this very moment, or at this time, we have nothing that substantiates that it was a crash. Thank you. Sorry about that. About then the issue around the drugs on the sister islands, I suppose the way I would start there is 3 weeks ago we did an operation. Not sure if you're aware of it, but we had made about 3 arrests over there of individuals involved in the drugs trade, users and sellers. We had conducted a number of searches, and it has been raised of what clearly seems to be a growing issue around the use of crack cocaine. So it's one of the reasons why I want to increase policing over there. But in addition to that, we would look at it a broader picture around how is drugs getting over there, whether it's by air or by sea. So this issue around domain awareness and radars, the long-term plan looking at having a radar for the sister islands as well. Which, if you, I suppose you care, Commander Scotland can speak more about that, but we had spoke about that before. The issue around guns, I must admit, I'm surprised to hear that we've got people walking around with guns in their waists. So that I'm really, really concerned about. I had taken a very professional approach towards and personal approach towards guns over the last 10 years of my career. And I'm sure you will have seen many times where I've said there's a insatiable appetite for guns, so I take it very serious when I hear that. So I will take that away, and we will certainly look at that.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the government for the additional 3 police. I'm sure the police force there will be glad to get them with assist with their shifts and everything else. But I can tell you, and this House should know me by now, I don't raise things and I don't speak just for the sake of hearing myself. It is a concern. It's not knowledge that is uncommon on the BRAC. And I can say offline, because of my own concerns, to the Commissioner, to the Premier, if he so desires, there are persons not unknown to the police. In fact, they were in Grand Cayman, both incarcerated, and now have drifted over to the BRAC. And it's gone into the realm of what you have here as being organized to the extent they're no longer accepting cash, but are taking persons' debit cards and going to the bank to get their funds.
Mr. Chair, just to acknowledge the lady member's deep concern that it will be taken seriously. She may recall in the last term when I was a social development minister and then was deputy premier and made my first trip then as deputy premier to the BRAC, to be stunned to hear from BRAC civil service about how rampant cocaine was. So we'd known that the issue, and we both put it on the radar for the NSC, and we'll continue to champion it because the level of common knowledge was frightening. If now, in addition to that, the lady member is now also raising the prevalence of guns in an outlandish fashion, we'll be on the case, ma'am. Thank you for raising it.
Member for Georgian Central, followed by a member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly going back to Cayman BRAC for a second. We were talking about the community officers. Why is Cayman BRAC only having 1?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There's currently a community support officer over there, but the BRAC has police officers there, and it goes back to my earlier point where they are all community police officers. I see their reports daily in terms of their engagement with the community. So I would certainly, from everything I've seen, our officers on the BRAC do engage with members of the community. In fact, a lot of their reports also engage with individuals who are, because there are a lot of vacation homes on the BRAC, and they do their checks, and they've actually got lists of homes that are vacant, and they're checking and engaging and letting individuals know that we've checked on your home. In fact, it was only recently there was a gentleman who lives here but has a vacation home, and he has a second home in the BRAC, and he called me just to compliment officers who were checking his house because he see them coming on his camera. So he just called me to thank me. So the policing in the BRAC has a very unique type of policing. There certainly community policing is at the forefront. So from everything that I've seen, the community support officer over there, that community officer is doing a really good job engaging with the business community, engaging with the wider community, and that seemed to have gone down really well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I find that interesting considering the fact that there is 2 islands in Cayman BRAC and Little Cayman. And I'm assuming that that one person is jumping from island to island to do that, or how is that working?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Little Cayman has 2 fully trained police officers, and their primary focus is community policing. We see very little incidents on Little Cayman. very, very little. So majority of that engagement is community policing. In fact, it was only last week there was a community meeting on Little Cayman. The inspector and his sergeant and the 2 officers attended held a community meeting, and we got some feedback from that community. So community policing is certainly at the forefront, and the 2 officers who are stationed there, that's really their primary focus.
Gotcha. So through you, Mr. Chairman, so they're not really labeled under the community officers, but because the circumstances being so small, they're almost technically community officers as well.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct,
Okay.
MP Bryan.
Thank you so much. It's just because I know that there was 2 dedicated to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman before, and this is obviously a reduction for that, and I think your answer should suffice for those concerned. I want to go back to the hiring concern. Before we had the soft freeze recently, last supplementary committee, you remember me reading out emails about people who were concerned about these are Caymanians who were applying, and they're waiting to hear back, and then they were told because of the hiring freeze. But since then, we've approved the money, and they're still waiting for updates. And we're talking about trying to keep Caymanians wanting to come to the service. They're going to move on to other opportunities if they're not being responded to. Up to the last email that was received by, obviously I'm not going to tell you who this is, but some people who are applying, the last one was, thank you once again for your interest in joining the Royal Canadian Police Service and for participating in the recent interview process to be a recruit constable. We wanted to take this moment to update you on the recruitment process is still ongoing, and the necessary vetting and final review stages are being completed. We appreciate that your waiting can be challenging, but please rest assured that your application remains under active consideration. We expect to provide further updates and communication with you in the next 2 weeks, and we'll reach out to you once the process has been completed. In the interim, if you have any questions, please reach out to RCIPS recruitment.ky. Thank you for your continued patience. So can you confirm that those persons who were being considered before the freeze will still have an opportunity coming up?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that latest email to those individuals would have been sent, I would say approximately 3 weeks ago, or maybe less.
November 3rd.
So
it was sent, yeah.
2 or 3 weeks ago. And there is a purpose for that email, MP Bryan. What I will say is, as we are sat here today, there is a final process ongoing around the vetting. What I've said to the team, I need to keep these individuals, I use the word warm, keep their interests. So the plan is that by the end of this month, we will know fully who we are taking on board. So I am hopeful that 24 or 25 local will be recruited. Well, they've gone through the process. It's just the final touches of the vetting, I suppose. And I'm expected that to conclude in the next week or 2, with the hopes that in December, starting December, the 1st of December, not that we actually hire or on board, but we start what we call a keep warm. So we invite the individuals in, have them see our product, get a bit of understanding about the policing and the like, for basically the onboarding process to start in early 2026. So what I will say, MP Bryan, rest assured, I am fairly confident that we will be onboarding 24, if not 25, young Caymanians in early 2026, January by the latest, February 1st.
Okay, thank you so much. I won't go any further with that. That is obviously HR related and the Section 55, so I don't want to belabor it, but I don't want us to lose Caymanians because they're waiting too long. I mean, other opportunity, they got to eat, they have to live, and all those things, and they've been kept warm for quite some time. They may be going cold. So hopefully there could be a statement, maybe even in December from the Premier about progress in our next sitting. I want to, if I can, move on to CCTV. You remember that I brought that up last sitting as well, whereby can you give us an update on the improvements in the CC area? I know that the application of it falls under different ministry, but obviously a key component of you being involved in the guidance where it needs to be, what you'd like to see, the evidence and all those things. Can you give us any updates on from the strategic perspective? Because honestly, I wish you had a CCTV camera on every corner of every road in my constituency, but obviously you have to prioritize what's important. But I want my good people of Georgetown Central and the Greater Cayman Islands to know that the places of risk that they see, the CCTVs will be implemented.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suppose a bit of good news to start with, and that is the Cayman Brac in terms of CCTV over there. That is well advanced and moving ahead. I should really add one caveat. In reality, it's really not my responsibility. I'm a user of the product, and I will say it's been a tremendous investigative tool as well as a proactive tool for policing. And so it's the first thing we look towards today in terms of investigations, how to aid that investigation. What we do work with our DPSC colleagues is when we recognize that there are gaps or there are dark areas, I suppose, we immediately provide that information to our colleague, Director Vasquez, in terms of those areas, and he will channel that through his Ministry of Home Affairs. We are constantly working to make sure all of these gaps are filled, and we do get full support, and we would have had additional cameras would have been added in some of those areas that would have otherwise had no cameras. So that's work that continues. Obviously for us, we are the beneficiary of it. So whenever we pick up that there is or detect that there is whether it's an issue in terms of cameras not either gaps or not properly working or not sufficient lighting, we provide that information.
Nicholas? Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. I think that's it for this area, but I do have some questions on the regiment as well as the Coast Guard. So thank you, Chairman.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner of Police, in terms of international standards, where do Cayman stand in terms of number of officers per population?
Commissioner.
So we tend to look to the UK when we look at ratio in terms of population per officer. So when we look to the UK, I'll give you two examples. Heathrow Airport at this very moment has 400 police officers and a budget of £50+ million. The City of London, which is 1 square mile, has 1,000 police officers, 1 square mile. When we look at other areas around in the region, we see that we are certainly we tend to look at Bermuda as one of those. We look at it and we are pretty much on par with Bermuda in terms of ratio. The challenge, I would say, is that it's difficult to compare like for like. And the reason for it is, if you look at the UK, for instance, the police forces, 43 police forces, can move officers around. If there's an uptick in violence in London, there's a major issue, whether it's terrorism or threats of terrorism, they bring officers from all over the UK. It's the same applies in some of those places in the US. I attended the FBI Academy and just before my promotion, and the one thing that stood out for me in a room of 50 chiefs is that they can call on their next door chiefs. And that's the difference with us, is we have no one really to call upon. And it's why I keep saying that we are a national police service. We have no one else to call upon. We're it. And it is difficult when we look at that comparison around ratio and the like for like, because in reality, we are a national police service. There's no neighboring police force that we could say, can we look to you to give us an injection of 15 officers over the next month because we've had a hike in burglary or hike in robberies. We don't have that luxury. And so I don't like to get into the ratio. We did the ratio, we looked at it, but I don't think it's a fair comparison because of that the very nature. You cannot compare in terms of like for like.
Member for Borden Down West, continuing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Commissioner for that answer. The reason I asked that answer because, I guess, being a numbers person, the international standard is 2.2 per 100,000 per UN. The UK actually run 2.4 per 1,000. And of course, we'll naturally be far above that number. The reason I asked that question is that when I look at the last HR report that came out looking at the demographics of the police force, you have, again, this is, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years old. You had 170 officers above the age of 50, and 331 officers above the age of 40. Again, like I said, that was the HR report that the Portfolio Civil Service put out, and it may be a little bit outdated, but it's the last one that was available. Now, when I consider those numbers, and then I look in terms of technology and everything else and the demographics, the question I need to ask is, looking at our overall population and recognizing that a large amount is transient, should we be putting more resources into vetting the people that are coming on island working here? Because I can tell you, some of the people that we have here on island working should have never been given a work permit or even a visa to visit this country based on some of the stuff that they have done. So the question is, should we put more emphasis in terms of the border security, in terms of securing our borders, then who comes on island? As you said, we are a national force, we are a small island, and then also for the surrounding waters, as opposed to getting them here and then trying to figure out what they have done.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's the question that by putting more officers at the borders will, I'm just trying to make sure I get clarity, by putting more officers at the border will reduce the amount of crime? Is that what? I'm not sure.
No. Put the more potential criminals. Because I can tell you, for example, we have people on this island who take out work permit for other people who clearly have no work for them. These people are required each week, each month or whatever, to pay the person who take out their permit a certain amount of money. And if there's no job for these people to do, then sometimes they end up burglarizing other people's homes while they're at work. So what I'm saying is that, again, in a small community where a lot of people know a lot of people, is a situation where more emphasis should we be put more emphasis on the border in terms of trying to give the police less work or import less criminals into the country. Not to say that everyone who comes here is criminal, not to say that we don't have our own domestic issues, but what I'm saying is overall from a border standpoint.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and the answer to that would be, for me, is that it would always be good to have more officers at the borders for obvious reasons. I am not so sure it will resolve the issues that I'm seeing. So when I think about child safeguarding, for instance, when I look at that, I mean, that's the whole separate issue in itself. But policing in a general, we also have the ancillary type of policing. So I still have to, the court provides security for the court, the governor, the detention center, and all of these other ancillary matters. So it's, whereas I think it would help, certainly, to look at those issues, I'm not sure it is the panacea, is what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I remember my first term, there was a representation by, at the time, before there was CBC, they were actually like immigration, where someone came on an island, they suspected this person to be of a kind of, I guess, different kind of motives or whatever. And they basically tipped off the police to say, well, you know what? Now, granted that this is before your time, that, you know, maybe this is somebody you need to keep your eye on. And of course, basically, that person came on island, did what they did, left, and there were pretty much no police tracking them or looking at them or that kind of stuff. And so the question in all of that is, how much cooperation are there also between agencies, especially from even a border standpoint or a border security standpoint?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, there's 100% cooperation. In fact, our policing style is caring, collaborative, and accountable. We work very closely with our CBC colleagues, very closely with our work colleagues, work obviously with our Commander Scotland and his team over at Coast Guard. So the sharing of intelligence, for me, is critical or pivotal to everything we do. We cannot get to a position where we're withholding information from each other. We have to be open with that. Weekly, there are operations between CBC and ourselves. In fact, you would have seen an operation just towards the end of last week. We put it out in the papers as a multi-agency operation, which resulted in an individual arrested with 2 firearms, ammunition, and a substantial amount of drugs. Well, we would have had CBC colleagues on there. We would have had our DEH colleagues on there because of vicious dogs. We would have had we had some concerns about the type of drugs that could have been there, so we had to look at health and safety issues. So, but the point there is that the sharing of intelligence between ourselves and our partners, whether CBC work or Coast Guard colleagues, it couldn't be better. So but it's pivotal to everything we do. Within CBC, they have an intelligence unit, and we have an intelligence unit within our SIPs, and they work hand in glove.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Let's continue. So going back again, what I'm trying to get at, ultimately, looking at your demographics, because you have recruitment challenges. You, on paper, have an aging police force, where recruitment is struggling. The question is then, recognizing that there's some advance in technology that may be useful to some extent. How is it, or how do you see the police preparing, at least for the next 10 years, in terms of the challenge that you have today?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, brilliantly put, MP Saunders, and in fact, I have here in front of me a workforce planning report, professionally done by my Deputy Chief Officer, and it's 27 pages, and really this is the blueprint to driving the organization into the future. So, as an example, you just mentioned in terms of employee demographics, and so I'll just give, this is purely RCIPs, RCIPS uniformed personnel. I'll break that down in terms of, you mentioned age. So if I started at age 18 to 25, there's 20, 26 to 35, 78, 36 to 45, 97, 46 to 59, 147, and 60 to 64, 28. So we do have an aging police force, and it's why I am intent and passionate about driving out for young Caymanians to come into the police force. It's hitting that Some people may call it positive discrimination. I suppose you can use your choice of words, but arguably, I want to employ a recruitment strategy that is targeting that 18 to 35, albeit local, because of that, the nature of the issue right now, as you've highlighted. I've just given you the data. But the blueprint really is this workforce planning document that I'm working towards, moving ahead over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I mean, that is music to my ears in terms of long-term planning. One of the things I've been, and again, looking back at your report, well done, I went through it. I think your team is on the right path. I noticed, for example, last year you had 2,398 arrests. Of course, 287 of those were same individuals that have been arrested twice in 1 year. Of those 2,398 arrests, how many pretty much end up being charged, roughly?
Commissioner?
So what I can say right now is when we did our crime stats back in May, we had a 43% detection rate. As it currently stands today, it's 49%. So I am confident before the end of the year that we'll reach the 50%. And the reason why there's a lagging there was because, as you can imagine, you have a crime occurred, say the latter part of 2024, for instance, there's a protracted investigation, takes 6-7 months to solve or to resolve as a detection. Is why we have these active investigations that are still outstanding. So as it currently stands, I am fairly confident that, and your point there in terms of that, I suppose the success rate of arrests right now in terms of detections is 49%.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Saunders, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, one of the things that was note of before your arrival, but I mean, I don't know what the culture is like, but we saw a period during Cayman's policing on the senior ranks where we had people above the superintendent and the deputy superintendent or senior superintendent, whatever, positions basically moving off into different government departments. I mean, I'm sure, I can think of, like, say, a Marlon Bott moving over to CBC. You had a Commander Scotland moving, I think, at the time to Credit Union before he found his way back home. You know, we had Sims moving to DEH. I mean, there was a time where there was a core group of Caymanian, and, you know, well done to you for sticking it out. But we saw that kind of movement where it left many of us questioning what was happening in RSIPs, that so many senior policemen were leaving, going into other areas within the department. And when you speak to some of the record, you kind of get that there were some cultural challenges. Now, my question to you, Commissioner, now that we have a Caymanian commissioner back in that role now, in terms of the senior ranks, how do you see us getting more Caymanians like yourself back into the senior ranks that at least will serve as a motivation for a lot of young people coming up? Because unless the young people can see a pathway to get to your position without going through all of that other noise below your level, you're going to have challenges.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose I'll do a bit of a methodology type of process here. We had our promotion processes this year, so we would have had a chief inspector process. And what I'm proud to say right now is that of those individuals, 6 of my 8 chief inspectors are to be promoted are Caymanians. My superintendents, which that promotion process goes through the Police Service Commission. So there's only, at this very moment, 3 non-Caymanians at superintendents or chief superintendent or commissioners level. What I'm doing to look at professional development senior officers or officers of the senior ranks is executive level training. So for instance, earlier this year, I would have had two of my superintendents, or a chief superintendent and a superintendent, went off to the UK to do the executive leadership program. That's a 5-month program, very intense, and it is a pass or fail. I've got 2 more now earmarked to go again in January. So it's a slow, methodical, and deliberate exercise to look at a professional development of my senior officers and those that are looking to professional develop to get into that senior level at superintendent as part of a succession plan, the wider civil service succession plan, how we are tying into that as an organization. So in addition to that, we would have had that salary equalization, which would have obviously encouraged some of those at the inspectors and chief inspectors, which will encourage them, I suppose, why do I need to go across? I'm hoping to dissuade them, why do we need to go across looking for more money actually when I'm paying you very similar here within the police. So if it goes according to the plan that I have set out, I really want to focus heavily on that retention of Caymanians in the police service. But it's not just about, for me, what is it I'm doing to actually show that I want to retain? For me, that's about professional development and investing. So for me, it's really 3 key pillars: investing in people, investing in infrastructure, and investing into technology.
Thank you very much. Going a bit below the gazetted officers to the non-gazetted officers, I think it starts at, is it inspector? It starts at gazetted, or chief inspector starts at gazetted?
Commissioner?
So you have 7 ranks before you get to me. So you're at constable level, your sergeant level, your inspector, your chief inspector.
Chief inspector starts, that's where the gazetted level starts, correct? Or sergeants or inspector, they're still below.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, that the Gazette was an old, the old law, looked at the Gazetted, when the law changed in 2010, even though we continue to carry it, it was grandfathered in, if I could put it that way. The difference now is that at the superintendent level and above, the Police Service Commission is responsible for that level as far as promotions.
Okay, the point I'm trying to get at is, because one of the things that recognizing that you do perform a very vital function, we need to make sure at the end of the day that you as commissioner has the necessary or the requisite powers to deal with officers needed, because at not one point you can discipline up to a certain rank, and then after a certain rank it becomes something else. So the question is that I want to get at is, at what rank do you think that you need the necessary authority to continue on in terms of to be a more effective commissioner? Because it makes no use we ask you to do certain things, and up to a certain level, some officers has to go through a different disciplinary process or for you to deal with. That's what I'm trying to get at. Sorry.
Commissioner?
So as Commissioner of Police, I have, as far as discipline is concerned, is up to Chief Superintendent rank. At the Assistant Commissioner or the Deputy Commissioner, that's at the Governor's level. But anywhere from Chief Superintendent down, I have the authority as far as the Police Act and the powers to look at discipline.
Excellent, thanks for that. And just a quick question. In terms of the sergeants, for example, which is I guess the feeding ground to go into the inspector, how many Caymanians do we have sitting on the sergeant level, and how many do we have that have passed the sergeant exam that is waiting for placement?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I think MP Saunders, was the question about sergeants in waiting?
yeah, the total amount of sergeants and how many are Cayman, and then how many we have in waiting that are also Caymanian.
Okay, so at this very moment, we've got 48 sergeants, and based on where we want to go, we want to look at, and because I need to fill some gaps across the organization, I need to find at least another 10 sergeants. We've gone through that process already as far as the promotion boards, but no one has been promoted yet, so to speak, and at that rank. So yes, I'm looking at an additional 10 sergeants starting in 2026, but that's still very much in the making.
Okay, and my last question, in case anyone else wants to get a chance, I just cut out. And I'm putting on my cap now as a member of the Ombudsman Committee, where we actually see, and this is why I brought up the issue of discipline earlier, where we have seen some issues on the Ombudsman Committee where there have been some outstanding disciplinary issues where the Ombudsman has highlighted something, and I think it's waiting for the police to be dealt with. Have you guys been able to find or reconcile a process between issues that the Ombudsman raised versus what you, I guess, as a commissioner, can actually deal with from a discipline standpoint? Because some of those issues that have been outstanding or that have been raised by the Ombudsman, from what I understand, has been outstanding now for quite some time in terms of being dealt with.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there are some legacy issues I'm well aware of. Those matters are all within my professional standards. Of course, as you can imagine, a number of those are the persons affected would have had legal counsel. And so I'm faced with a challenge around abusive process and everything else. But what I can say is some of those matters that would have been outstanding or would have been investigated by the Ombudsman have been resolved in the sense of some people are no longer in the organization. And so it's difficult to comment when we know it's still matters are ongoing. But the difficulty I have, some of those legacy issues, I get the issue around abusive process because, for example, one of those may have dragged on, extended for say 6-7 years, and that then becomes a problem for me. But a number of those